Hard to believe Silksong is just a week away. Yeah, I know. Yo, what's up, Ron? So the question is, though, what do we want to do right now? I mean, there's not... I guess we should probably go do Nightmare King Grimm. How much is left? A fair bit. I mean, we can get back here a lot faster now that we have the shortcut from the City of Tears. Okay, that's fine. Where's my dream gate? Oh, I left it up here. Wait, so what happens if I quit out? Does it spawn me back at Godhome as well? I think it does. I started my YouTube stream. I don't know if it's working. I assume it is, and chat's just being quiet, but... Speedrun Delta. Honestly, I would be more likely to speedrun Hollow Knight. Okay, well, I gotta go all the way back out. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back. I didn't go the right way. Wait, when you quit out, it also just heals you to full? I mean, I guess that makes sense because it's like taking you back to a bench, but in this case I didn't actually go back to a bench. Oh wait, I could have just dream gated. Hey, Demon to Remember, thank you for the 60 months. Which is more difficult, this or Cuphead? Probably this, but I guess it depends. Depends what you're talking about. My mic volume is low. Doesn't really seem low. And maybe the game's too loud, I don't know. If anything, the game might be too loud. I mean, this is the same volume my mic is always at for like, for ages now, so. Man, we got a lot of money. Alright, let's go, take that off. We'll put on the Grimm Child. Oh, you know, this Grubberfly's Elegy, I actually used this when I did the flower quest last time. It was kind of nice. I turn off my PC sometimes, kind of depends. Okay. A big target. What platformers have you done speedruns for other than Only Up? Well, okay, weirdly enough, I did speedruns for Doom 2016, and that game's basically a platformer because you don't actually fucking fight anything. You're just like walking on super tiny, like thin, paper thin walls, like while out of bounds, like jumping. So Doom is kind of like a platformer. Same with Doom Eternal, honestly. At least like the glitched run. But no, I haven't really ran, I mean I ran Hollow Knight, but I haven't ran that, and I guess Cuphead. But Cuphead is, well, Cuphead is kind of a platformer. More of like a boss battle game, but the run and gun stages in Cuphead. Yeah, I did speedrun Super Mario Odyssey. That game was... Super Mario Odyssey was horrible though because of the motion controls. I fucking hated the motion controls. Like, absolute fucking misery. Can you turn off motion controls? I don't think so. Guy's in the most annoying. Oh, come on. Alright, let me just spam my magic then. How are you not dead? God. Oh wait, I think these guys are stronger than the other ones. Hey, Auntie, thank you for the 77 months. Jesus, that was awful. Lusky, thank you for the 60 months. I am gonna have to take a break in like 15 minutes, chat, because somebody is coming to the house who I need to talk to for a little bit. I did Colosseum 1 and 2. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like go AFK for a little bit. I'm not stopping stream chat. I'm just. Dude, you're in the ceiling. These guys are so annoying. Oh my god. Am I gonna play Lost Soul? I don't know. You're gonna be able to finish in time. Well, so like the thing is, Chad, I kind of want to go for all achievements in Hollow Knight, which means I'm gonna have to do 100% Steel Soul as well. I don't know, like I want to play more. Well, I kind of want to do like another playthrough after this with like Steel Soul or something. Yeah, I gave Elderbug a flower. Of course I did. He deserves it. He loves it. Look at what he says. This flower you gave me. When dark thoughts creep into my head, I gaze at it and think of you. Why not rest at the bench here for a while and enjoy the flower together? Fucking Zote stealing my girl. That's not the only danger I had to overcome in my quest for glory. You've noticed this trophy, haven't you? A keepsake from my final triumphant battle deep in the pit below us. Yes, Life Ender claimed another victim, and the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheering. Cheering that was both loud and utterly sincere. To what do I owe my long string of triumphs and victories, you ask? As I said earlier, the key is in my personal philosophy, the 57 precepts of Zote. Particularly relevant here is the first precept, always win your battles. As for the other 56 precepts, well, I don't want to listen to them. Grey Prince, so dark, so troubled. How difficult is Hollow Knight? If you just want to beat the game, it's not that difficult. But if you want to do all the content, it's pretty tough. You think we'll get Night Rain DLC news this week? Maybe. Going the right way. I think it's down here. All right, we got all the flames, baby. Oh.
Baba Gondala.
Very good. The child burns with flame. Master is waiting for you. Wonderful, wonderful. My kin arrive and the time has come. The searing fire carries well the ritual's promise. Dance with me, my friend. The crowd awaits. Show them you are worthy of a starring role. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I made him angry. That was the one he dashed. Yeah, that's the one where he jumps. And then he... I'm a little rusty at this fight, Chad. I don't remember how I punished all these. Well, I'm just like... Okay, the thing is my brain, like, I used to be really good at this fight, or well, okay, really good is maybe a bit of a stretch, but like, I used to know how to more or less like punish most of his attacks pretty well. Oh, you know what, let me change, hold on. I mean, it'll come back to me pretty quickly, it doesn't take that long. I don't know if you need the Grimm Child on for this, but... You know what, instead of Shaman Stone, we could just go for, like, Quick Slash. And... Oh, maybe we'll just put on the faster healing for now. That healing, oh my god. I guess just... You can punish him so hard during that move. Now, I wonder if... I missed. See, that's the move that... I think if you actually just like stand still, you're pretty safe. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, the nightmare version is. Overgeared. Bravo, my friend. Hear how the crowd adores you. They've not seen such a show in a long time. Look here how our child has grown, nourished and strengthened by the heat of our passionate dance. The two of you will feature in many tragedies and triumphs together, I'm sure. So our great ritual nears its end. Will you continue to harvest the flame, even though now you surely see the path that illuminates for us? Our scarlet eyes will watch you keenly, friend. Go out into the darkness, harvest the last lingering embers of this kingdom, then return to me and we will complete our dance. Oh, you know, I forgot that you actually... I forgot that there's another set of them. So do you do the final set and then you get the nightmare version? Like the dream version? Is that how it works? Okay, yeah, that's fine. This one's kind of in a weird spot. I guess Queen's Station is the fastest, I think. Yeah. You came. The red flame I've gathered from this dead kingdom. You would claim it for our master, for his final act. The ritual plays itself out once more. We are like the notes in an old song, you and me. Endless repeating songs of sacrifice, of servitude, for the ritual, for the troop, for the master. Even this child was born into invisible chains. So we serve, thus it has ever been, yes? Take the flame then, it is why you came here. It is done, and yet it is not merely by fortune that we meet here in the darkest, furthest reaches of the world, where my master's scarlet eyes cannot see us. Song that never ends is no song at all. You take part in the ritual, yet I sense you truly have no master. Is it so? Perhaps together we can banish that livid flame and let this dead kingdom rest in peace. If you wish to silence and end the song, meet me where it began. But if you return to the master and complete the ritual, as long as you do it without regret, I will bear you no hatred. So yeah, you can... Well, there's like two different like choices you can make for this, right? Yeah, I mean, we want to fight Nightmare King Grimm, obviously. Shouldn't you make the fragile charms permanent before banishing him? Yeah. Yeah, we want to make the... Well, at the very least, we want to change the fragile strength one into the permanent one. Okay, chat. The permanent charm seller doesn't disappear. Oh, does she not go away? Alright, well, anyways, I gotta go AFK for a little bit, chat. Is there no music here in this section? Okay. Okay, there you go. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. It should only be like 5 minutes or so. Alrighty, I'm back, chat. Where am I going? Alright, I just came here for the music. Thank you for the 85 months, Abracadabra. Have I done Path Pain already? No. First playthrough, are you... Is that a genuine question, Kemi, or are you trolling? I actually don't know. Ah, dang. I always make that mistake. Holy shit, wait, this guy hurts. I'm gonna fucking die at this rate. Dude, I'm scared. Yeah, I don't care if it's not required for completion. I'm gonna do it anyways. Oh, come on. Oh, you can still... That's weird. You can still charge... You can still charge your nail art attack as you're dead. Didn't know you could do that. Oh shit. Dude, this guy's actually fucking dangerous as hell. What the? Oh my god. I'm cooked. I'm dead again. Wait. Wait a second. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Holy shit, dude. I didn't even realize I didn't have my soul back. My god. Woof. That was close. Where the fuck is my soul? Why is it like... Where is it? It's past this guy? Did it just kill itself? Okay, focus, focus. Dude, this guy is terrifying. What the? Oh, I thought he was. It looks the same. I thought he was doing the. Oh, he does. Of course, he has contact damage. Oh. Please. No! He's dead! Oh, we got it. Yo, frame perfect. The Grimm child got it. Let's go. All right. Holy crap. Dude, that enemy is actually scary. Can't believe you almost lost 14k to that. Dude, I wasn't even paying attention, man. How much money do you need to do the fragile strength one? Do I even have enough? It's like the most expensive one, isn't it? I already used the bank. I could sell the king's idol. It's just kind of annoying. Would King's Station be faster? No, I don't think so. Because the thing is, like, look at the map. Oh, once I can open it. Because with this path, well, actually, I don't know. I wanted to. It's probably similar. I want to go this way though. You don't want to burn out. I mean, the thing is, it's like, it's a completely separate game, so... Might be delayed again. Not a shot. Am I not in the right spot? Wait, I'm confused. Maybe it is the room above. What the fuck? He's done. Grimm child gets the kill again. Yeah, he's good. Wait. Do you only have to do 2 of them? 2 out of 3 of them? The other one disappeared. Unless I'm crazy. Oh, I guess one of them's optional. I would really like to get fragile, or the... Got 1 flame from the guy, yeah. Okay. Well... Did I dream nail Hive King? Is there like a enhanced fight of the Hive boss? They don't break in dream fights? Yeah, I know. No? Okay. Alright, let's go sell that trinket so we can get the strength charm upgraded. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. Alright, now we have 2 trinkets to sell. Oh, wait. Oopsies. I went past. Very cool, 112 speed run. Thanks.
Velmi Artred.
Velmi Artred.
Gachael Liasoki. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Helmadelka.
Helmadelka. Oh wait, I can just quit out. Oh wait, I need to equip it. Ah, that charm, beautiful, most precious thing. Little lovely, will you let me see it? Have to show it to me. Okay. Such a little beauty, such a smell, such a smell. Ah. Ah, so good, so tasty. A perfect, perfect thing, just for me. You're good, little lovely. You're very sweet to bring me such a gift. The one who made my gift. Ah, somewhere below, yes. Very good gift, very tasty, delicious. You want something, little lovely? You don't want to take my gift back, do you? Ah, so nasty, so cruel if that's true. Once you give something as a gift, it's lost to you forever. Give it to me. I can show you something if you're nice to me, little lovely. Will you do a nice thing, lovely? Give them to me, your Geo. Give me your Geo and I'll give you a gift. Okay. Thanks. Yui, thanks for the 2 months. Well. I guess we could do the Nightmare King Grimm fight. We're gonna be fighting him more anyways in the Pantheon, so. That was weird to see. Doing a little bit of edging. Oh, that's not good. I'm dead. Maybe I'll lock in. It's not hard to hit when he's in the path. Oh, right. I forgot about the lingering hitbox. This fight's not too bad. You just need to be patient. That was like my biggest issue when I did this fight before, is like, I don't know, you want to like try to min-max like all the hits and stuff, but I don't know, it's hard to punish some of the attacks like effectively in my opinion. See that? I'm cooked. God damn it, the fucking contact damage. Can get one hit on there. The double jump in this game is good, but you go like a little down as you double jump, which always, I don't know, like double jumping to avoid stuff can easy to like get hit. Is this a no heal playthrough? Well, I don't have quick focus, and I mean I could heal during there's like one attack you can heal on, I feel like. Oh, no way. Using magic during that is kind of sketchy, I don't know. Better. Why are you come-onning me? I'm not even doing that bad. That attack is... Oh, okay. That's... Okay, this fight has been pretty bad. Oh, this fight's been pretty bad. We could take one more hit at least. Oh, shit. Oh, I could have dashed through that. That's okay. Okay, that's bad. Oh, that was such an awkward position. I could have dashed through him, but... Yeah, he was definitely close. So awkward. God damn it! Oh, God damn it, dude. What am I... going for the casts during that is fucking me over so badly. I don't know. I need to be more careful. I mean, that attack is fine. It's just when you start trying to like cast spells during it, it's just awkward. It's so awkward when he dashes at you and you're like against the wall. I do not like that. Pogo on him during that stage. I don't think you can hit him with your melees during that, no. God damn it! Can you actually even pogo him during that? Sorry, I was trying to look at his head, but I was also trying to dodge at the same time. Can you even pogo during that? Like, I've never even thought of trying that, but I don't know if you even can. Ah, that was dumb. Hey, Ostgardenher, thank you for the 3 months, man. Also, Optical, thank you for the 105 months. His building is gone. We still have the poop lady, though, at least. Alright,
Voilà.
hey Hyperion, thank you for the 99 months. Path of Pain is like an optional side area you can do. Good job, Grimchild. Hold on. It'll spawn me back up here. Am I supposed to... Where the hell am I going? Did I miss something? Oh. Oh, the Grimm Child. Why are you? Hey! Why is the Grimm Child just killing them? Stop murdering! I don't know if we need hive blood yet. Honestly though, wait, having the extra... Having the extra distance on the nail, I think helps quite a bit, because it's like, it's easier to like pogo the spikes when you have the extra. The extra nail range. I already did the blue, the overload door. Wait, what am I? I don't fucking remember where I'm going here. Oh, this might be the right way. I don't remember how. Oh, damn it. Oh, you actually get a checkpoint here. Is there anything if you crystal dash across here? Can't remember. I should replay Celeste at some point. You can... I'm pretty sure you can do this, no? Am I crazy? I don't know. Could have sworn this used to be like easier to do or something. Maybe I'm thinking of somewhere else. Well, Shadow Dash doesn't work on oops. Oh, that was close. Oh wait, is there two lights? Where the fuck is the other one? Is it on the other side? Shouldn't have hesitated. Fucking spot. No, too early. Oh, there's a... Wait a second, can you just skip that whole section if you just drop down? Witness secret sealed, one must endure the harshest punishment. I lost my dash. Hold on, there's infinite soul over here. Path of Pain isn't that bad. Dash there and such. What am I doing? All right, focus up. Focus! I'm not respecting the pendulums enough. Oh, come the fuck on, dude. Not going for the skip. Yeah, we could go for the skip. I'm cooked. God damn it, dude. I'm like... Alright. Path of Pain 2.0 in Silksong. The thing is, Path of Pain... Wasn't it added in like a DLC update? But yeah, I have a feeling Silksong will definitely have like more like challenging stuff from the get-go. Oh, whoops. Oh. I can't remember. I think you... Do I want to pogo off this thing? No. Don't bro me. God damn it, dude! I feel like I'm making this harder than it needs to be. I don't remember how you're... Classic double pump. No, you can't pogo the time. No, fuck, I should have double pogoed. God damn it. Patience is getting the best of me. And I was too close to the fucking... I don't remember how to do this. I mean, that kind of worked, but... I couldn't remember where I needed to go. Hold on 1 second. This one is kind of a pain from what I remember. But having Mark of Pride on helps a lot. But yeah, I can just crystal dash. Oh, come on, man. Classic double jump. greedy. Just want to go faster, man. Oh, it's so annoying when your double jump, like, the tiny little bit of momentum downward catches the fucking ledge. I didn't want to die. I'm so impatient, dude. Just slow and steady, dude. I just like I just want to go fast. No, I shouldn't have double jumped there. Bad cycle. No, it was... Dang it. Butt stomp build. Those guys do 2 damage per hit, by the way, so you can die to those guys pretty easily if you panic, but if you just spam magic on them, it's not bad. Sunny Dark is OP. Yep. True. I died to them on my first playthrough. Yo, what's up, Pontus? You have to do it all from the start if you die to them at the end. Yep. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I thought that was part of the background. Am I even going the right way? got a crystal dasher. What, chap? And that thing is fast. Doing it again? Did I already do this? So? But what the? I tried to pogo off it, but I was too fast. Come on, dude. Fuck. Oopsies. There's a secret area close to here. I think I know what you're talking about. Ta-da! The King's Soul. Soul of Worm, Soul of Root, Heart of Void. Did not dream nail him. Can you? Hey, Dex. How to do it again. That's okay. It says no cost too great. I see. All right, well, we should go down to the abyss now, right? Actually. Oh, do you have to equip it? Yeah, I can get Salubras now. You miss an ending if you get the Void Heart before beating the game. I mean, you miss out on the shitty ending, I think. Yeah, Salubra's blessing is kind of annoying. They should have given you an option to, like, turn it on or off. Like, you can activate it when you're sitting at a bench or something by, like, pressing a button. And still get the other endings. Well, like, doing, like, this, what I'm doing right now is for true ending, right? Like, you can't get the the any percent ending. That's the only difference. At least I think, right? Well, what ending is it that you can't get? Default one? Yeah, well that's what okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying, but then somebody in chat made it seem like that wasn't correct. When will I be doing the Pantheons? I don't know. There's an arcane egg here. No cost too great. Time to climb. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna get a drink, chat. Enjoy the tunes. Great stuff here. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Hey, Chatterall, I think he was being sarcastic. So I was AFK. Shall seal the binding light that plagues their dreams. You are the vessel. You are the Hollow Knight. Oh my god, they said it. The Void Heart. Can I teleport out of here? Actually, wait, is there... Oh, fuck, my dream gate's here? Oh, that's not good. I spent all my money. Now I am poor. I hype for Silksong? No. I only like Hollow Knight. Of course I'm hyped for Silksong. Yeah, Soul Tyrant was like, we did that on the first stream, I think. Wait, do I even have enough fucking geo for this? Oh. New trial is open to you. I think that's a good build. Quick focus is kind of nice, actually. I think this is good. We're using long now. I mean, Market Pride is good, but we don't have enough slots. At least if I want I mean, we don't need quick focus, but I don't know. Maybe quick focus is kind of pointless, but it's kind of nice being able to heal like twice as fast. Thought he was gonna keep rolling. Okay, I need to be careful. This is why quick focus is kind of nice. Hello? Guys are so squishy. I guess having max upgrade nail is kind of OP. No, Trial 3 is not that bad. I think this part right now is probably like the hardest part. You're like in the air. So chaotic. Yeah, Shriek is really good. So squishy. I was getting a little scared there because I was taking quite a bit of damage, but he's so weak. Money! Weird. Sometimes when I attack, there's like a white, like, line. Strange. What causes that? Oh. Is there anywhere I even can use a simple key? I think we got all of them, chat. Yeah, I mean, I have max upgrade nail chat, and I had unbreakable strength on with shaman stone. But like, yeah, it was... Wait, did I not? Yeah, but I already unlocked Godhome. Unless do you need 2 keys? Like to open Godhome and then to unlock the Pantheons? Or you just mean... Yeah, I didn't open up the egg temple, but we don't really need to. It's kind of pointless. egg temple. It's like the room all the way to the right in Dirtmouth. The room all the way to the right. There's like a guy who can get you your soul back if you die, if you use the rancid eggs, but it's like, I don't know, kind of pointless. Yeah, we already got all the grubs and did all that. We do still need to bring a flower to... where is he? We need to bring a flower to, Shio, is it? Where is he? Is he in Kingdom's Edge? Oh wait, is it Oro? Wait, where? Where is he? Well, the flower is in Resting Grounds, chat. That's not where you take it, though. Under the cast-off shell? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Wait, is that... actually, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's below the cast-off shell. I think you're right. Alright, let's go give him a flower, and we can say hi to the blacksmith as well. Wait, is the or no, the blacksmith isn't there. He's somewhere else, isn't he? I know where to get the fucking flowers, man. That's not what I'm asking. We already did the flower quest. Elderbug even has one. It's in Green Path, okay. Wait, where do you get the flower? Wait, are you saying that to get the grave? Like, god damn it, chat. I didn't know that's what you meant. It's all the way fucking over here? That's so shit, bro. Oh, chat, you fucking sabotaged me. I mean, to be fair, I should have realized what you meant, but I thought you meant there's like a grave here that... God damn it, dude. You can bench warp? What, you can bench warp with the grave flower? Is it different? Well, like, you can't... Or wait, are you talking about the mod? Or you mean like quitting out? Well, normally that doesn't work though, right? Or does it? I don't know, I'm confused now.
teprada, bap nanad, octis, bah, pura octis, Monta, chokta, na zura, mutta, rebabis na chala, otovichura namen, monta, dupla, even, ba teprada, papa nada, octis, monta, rebabis na chala, topechuro namen, monta duplim, bis manama poblis, pera, aklaba, buptis, even, ba teprada, ba.
You need to defeat Oro and Godhome to give him the flower? Oh, really?
Churro namen, omanta dublim, bis manama poblis, bis poblis pera.
Oh, if you pick up the flower at the grave, it doesn't cite your save location. I see. So that's how they make you do it legit the first time, but I guess once you get to the grave, then you can cheese it, basically. Hey, Rakir. I am excited. Got him. Only 9 more times to go. Yep. Sending Dark is so ridiculous. Hey, you know what? Hold on. Let me
Dope churro na. Oh mataduble. Is manama.
I think we should take off Quick Focus and put on Quick Slash instead.
Bap na nat. Octis? Bah. Puro octis, eh? Monta man.
Your least favorite boss in the game? I actually don't mind the Zote fight. Really. Diligent, overwhelming, gorgeous, passionate, terrifying, beautiful, powerful, great Prince Zote. Sending Dark there. Oh right, makes the bombs. We do so much damage. Oh my goodness. Maybe don't. No, God, no. It's so easy to like miss your pogo when he falls over. Oops. Slaba Slaba, thank you for the Prime sub. Sending Dark is so dumb. How much iframes does this have, dude? It's like, it's absurd. Gives you eye seconds. I didn't see where I didn't know where he went. That's the only thing about Descending Dark. I feel like it kind of makes it hard to see what's even like happening when you do it. Oh, come on. Dude, you get so much DPS in when he does his, like, when he spawns the bombs. I hit him like fucking 15 times there. So, like 10 times at least. Fucking run. I hate when he just runs at you. I should have dashed. Jesus, dude, chill. God dang it. No, level 10 Zote doesn't do 10 damage. I don't think the damage starts increasing until you get to like the 3rd or 4th Zote. No, oh my god, I got confused. I thought he was doing his, like... I thought he was doing his melee attack, but they just fell over. Fluke Marm. Yeah, I know Fluke, the Fluke Nest or whatever is really good, but... I was gonna say, I know he was so low. Not sure which one we're on right now. 7 or 8, I think. And Shul. I shouldn't have jumped. I shouldn't have went above him. That was a bad idea. I didn't jump high enough. Yeah, the Pantheon Zote. I don't know. I think he only does 1 damage, right? Or maybe he does 2. I don't know. But not 5, anyways. Last one. I don't know. I don't know how many we have more. I can't remember how high his damage goes up to. This is 8. Okay. Oh, he ran into me. God dang it, dude. Classic. No way, my stagger killed. That's bullshit. That's why you don't really want to pogo him that much. But I guess you don't really pogo unless he's doing that one attack. Sending Dark is insane. Yeah, it really is. No, you don't need Zote for the 112, but I'm just doing it because I want to. It's going off the screen. Invincible. Thank you for the 2 months, Munchkins. I thought I was gonna stagger him. My bad. Oh. Oh. Damn it. Dang it. Yeah, he does a lot of damage, but he also doesn't have that much health. What's up, Annie? It's like 100%, but they added DLCs to this game, which increased the total completion. Oh, no way. No, it was... What the... God dang it, dude. Dashed right into it. Thank you for the gifted sub, Anonymous. You fucker! Oh my god, okay. Alright, focus up. Have you never played Hollow Knight, Annie? You should do it. You hadn't. Hey, ZPT Heart, thank you for the 3 months. Oh no. I think there's one more.
This, but
We have done it.
Topechuro namin. Oh,
Yo, Ramsham, thank you for the bits.
Manama Poblis. Bis Poblis Pera Pera. Aklaba. Aklaba Buktis.
Wait, where did Wait, does Fury of the Fallen only use 2? Oh wow. Yo, Blue, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, guys? Alright, what do I even have left at this point? Is it just Godhome? Well, and I guess the flowers. Yeah, we did the Dung Defender. Never killed Gale Lurker? The fuck is that? Oh, is that how you get the final simple key? Oh, okay. But do you need that simple key for percent? GG is the rancid egg guy, right? Yeah, it's. I feel like it's kind of pointless. No, I didn't get the tracker yet. I could go grab it. Oh, we haven't done any of the Colosseums yet. All right, I forgot. You want to go here? Yeah, so after I finish this playthrough, I kind of want to try to go for all achievements and maybe do like 100% true ending. Or, sorry, not 100%. 100% Steel Soul. Well, I guess it is true ending anyways, but if you go for 100%, right? Vessel, though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Hallownest will be whole again. 107. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on. All right. I never gave, I never went back to the seer after I got 2400. So much essence, so bright. You truly are the wielder my tribe so long has dreamed of. The folk of my tribe were born from a light similar to essence, similar to that powerful blade, though much brighter still. They were content to bask in that light and honored it for a time. But another light appeared in our world, a worm that took the form of a king. How fickle my ancestors must have been. They forsook the light that spawned them, turned their backs to it, forgot it even. So this kingdom was born from that betrayal. But the memories of that ancient light still lingered, hush whispers of faith, until all of Hallownest began to dream of that forgotten light. But what's done is done, and so am I. The wielder has at last appeared, and I've held the memories of my tribe for long enough. It is time for us to be forgotten too. Don't remember us, wielder. Don't honor us. We do not deserve it. I'm sorry. Light, radiance, I remember you. No. Goodbye, seer. Yeah, chat, we did the most important thing. Thanks, Blue. We gave the elder bug the flower. Heard a piercing cry from the well. It echoed about my mind and left me all a daze. I'd say it was a foul beast's death, but this cry sounded different. Divine? Something happened, little traveler? No, don't tell me. If foul events are brewing, it'd probably be better that I don't know. Aha, good riddance. That creepy carnival has vanished and the town's returned to its former self, nice and quiet as I like it. Quite enough to deal with just the occasional traveler. Whole structures appearing out of nowhere, dreadful music, horrific masks, all far more than one old bug should have to face. That young lass, why she's up and departed over the cliffs with only the briefest word of farewell. The perilous journey she set herself upon. I can't understand where she gained such fortitude. Where does Bretta go, by the way? Can you, like, find her? She doesn't die, does she? I thought her a timid sort, one after my own mind. How wrong I was. The call of adventure lures all but me. She just leaves the kingdom. Oh, okay. Did you visit that temple? A strange building I've heard, though I'd never dared the journey myself. The braver among us once went there to pray, said they felt at peace within the walls. After a while, they stopped going. I wonder what changed. This flower you gave me? When dark thoughts creep into my head, I gaze at it and think of you. And enjoy the flower together. Thought she goes to the hot spring? I don't know. We stand Elderbug. Elderbug is the best. These petals, so white. Can you see them too, watching me from wherever you are? Perhaps dreams aren't such bad things after all. The fan lore is that her and Cloth meet outside. Oh. I guess if you don't do Cloth's quest, she never actually dies, right? So. Oh yeah, we need to go, let's go say hi to the blacksmith. I can remember. Where is it in Green Path? Is it? I think it's the one like below us, right? Am I doing the hunter? If you're talking about the hunter's journal, no, I'm not. I'm not doing that. Oh wait, I can just take the shortcut. Oops. You need to for the achievements? Well, yes, that's technically true. If I want to get all achievements, I would have to finish the hunter's journal. I mean, I want to try to get all achievements. We'll see, though. Because the thing is, I want to play more Hollow Knight. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to finish this run today. The Pantheon 5 could take me a... Yeah, I think I'm supposed to Crystal Dash here. Pantheon 5 could take me a while. Imagine killing the blacksmith. Look at him. He's so happy. Oh, look who's joined us. We have quite a merry crowd now, don't we? This fellow came wandering into my hut, quite distraught and on his own quest for a new calling in life. We talked and found a common love of creating and building and owning a craft, so now we make art together. Good to have company. I hadn't realized how lonely I was. Like being with my brothers again. Stay with us if you like. So you met my brother Oro and convinced him to teach you his nail art. Been a long time since I've seen him. Wonder how much he's changed. He always seems to be haunted by something, though I never learned what. No matter the distance between us, though, we are still brothers. I hope that passing down his learnings to you brought him some happiness. That nail art you've learned, the Cyclone Slash, that was always Monto's favorite. Must have made him ecstatic to have a pupil like you. He always wanted to pass down what he'd learned to a new generation. He was not the most skilled pupil himself, but his enthusiasm and his kindness set him apart. I'm glad he achieved what he desired for so long, to be a teacher. That charm, only the great nail sage could have given that to you. Seeing how strong you've become, it almost makes me want to take up my nail once more. But no, I should stay on my current path and keep working at my art. If the great nail sage ever comes by, I want to show him how far I've come. Building these models takes patience and a light touch. It's worth it, though, seeing the grand old knights of Hallownest come to life before our eyes. Mighty Hegemol was always my favorite. What a towering figure he was, though surprisingly soft-spoken for one so large. Hegemol? Who the hell's that? They were all impressive in their own right, of course. Fierce Drya, kindly Isma, mysterious Samir, and the other one? The other one. What does the blacksmith have to say?
Ranjo Stenja.
Ranjo Stanja. Hello, traveler. How strange that we should meet again in a world as vast as this. I must thank you for not killing me when I asked you to. I was irritated at first, but I had some time to think up there, and I soon saw the wisdom in your decision. The world is made of more than metal and weapons. I set out exploring and soon found my way here. Gio is a master of many arts and has promised to teach me what he can. I think I'll be quite happy here. Oh, happy couple.
Ranjo Stenja.
We're building a full suite of the kingdom's knights. In their time, I barely ever paid them attention, but Shio keenly remembers each. So refreshing, nothing like the crude practice of nailwork. I just love all the intricate details.
Jonsha.
This is fabulous. I'd never have believed my claws capable of such deft construction.
Jonsha.
Yeah, I always forget to dream nail them, actually. An age spent toiling alone. This is much nicer. Oh. My brother Oro, what drove you to hide away deep down at the very edge of that ash-swept grave? Was it pride or fear or shame? Perhaps you should lay down your nail if it haunts you so and find a new calling that eases your soul. Aw. Honestly, dude, it's like... It makes me sad. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't... Like, now that I know that the blacksmith is happy... Well, like, you know, I have known. But, you know, knowing that the blacksmith is happy makes it so much worse needing to kill him for the achievement. I mean, he does ask for it. You're not wrong, but, you know, you don't give a fuck murdering Alexander, but he wants to die, though. There's not like, okay, imagine in Elden Ring, like, you don't do his quest, and then you find Alexander, like, at Jarburg with, like, all of his friends, and he's just, like, living life. Okay, that doesn't happen. He just dies no matter what. Fucking Alexander's just, he's just dead. He just dies no matter what you do. Alright, anyways. Dude, all of the FromSoft NPCs freaking die, man. It's so sad. Alright, well, I think we really... So, I don't know, should I... I'm trying to think what I want to do. I mean, if we want to go for all achievements... Did we... Could I not finish the Hunter's Journal on this save now? I can't remember, can you do multiple endings in one playthrough? Like, can you... Like, after you beat the boss, doesn't it take you back outside and you can, like, do it again, no? You need to get the first ending before getting the Void Heart. Oh yeah, I guess... I guess I should have beaten the Hollow Knight before I got the Void Knight then. Well, I mean, I guess I could do that on the second run. Yeah, I could do Hollow Knight on the Steel Soul run. I need to do the mushroom... Do you get the mushroom ending? What is the mushroom ending tied to? Is it the normal ending, or do you get it on any ending? I can't remember. It's on top of all of them. Okay, it's just like the post-credits cutscene, yeah. Well, we could do the mushroom quest. I don't remember where or how to do it, though. Do you have to interact with the tablet before you can find Mr. Mushroom? Yeah, I want to play the Pale Court mod. The OP Wayward Compass, oh yeah. So I do need to go to Kingdom's Edge first and interact with the tablet. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've done this. First fungal waste? It's just for the hints? Okay. Hey Colds, thank you for the 26 months. Oh, do you have to go in the correct order for his locations as well? I think I know where this one is. Do I have to hit him? Like, can I... Worms pull bugs into their thrall till ages pass and kingdoms fall. Absent shells may fall to dust, but Mr. Mushroom readjusts. It's nice that you were able to help your friends. You're not hungry anymore? Yes, that was quite the appetite. I was impressed. Still, we all move on sooner or later. To greater things, perhaps? So much can be achieved in such a short time. Oh, excuse me. Goodbye. Alright, we need to go to Kingdom's Edge now. Also, we should probably move our Dream Gate, like, next to the stag. I can't remember if you can make a Dream Gate here. I don't know. I don't actually think you can. Yeah, like, this area doesn't work for some reason. I guess I'll just put it next to this guy. Hey Zerker, thank you for the 19 months, man. I think this is the quickest way to get to the Kingdom's Edge one. Maybe from King Station is faster, but taking the tram is cooler. Maybe it's not faster though if you the you're falling down. Gotta wait for the tram though. Yeah, we did Path Pain earlier. We mainly just have the Colosseums left right now. I like that you get music in the tram. God, I can't wait to hear the soundtrack of Silksong. The Eternal Ordeal. Yeah, we unlocked the menu theme. Break the radio. I would never. I think once you break it, doesn't it like stay broken forever? Lobos broke 2 of them. Wasn't sure if he said something different now. Shouldn't trust that the eye they gave you. Rely on your own instincts. You've got a keen nose, use it. And while you're hunting for secrets, beware those who are hunting you. Oh, excuse me. Not sure what the best way to get to the Deep Nest one is. Nah, we haven't done the Pantheons yet. I think we can tram again, honestly. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't know why I was thinking there was a tram pass on the left. This marathon on YouTube as a VOD. It'll be on my VODs channel. I also have my playthrough from like 4 or 5 years ago on my VODs channel. It's crazy how time flies, dude. That's kind of far away, actually. Probably wasn't the best way to go here. It's okay though. Yo, thank you for the raid, Ain. What's going on? How'd you enjoy MGS2? Oh shit. We need to go up. You're not feeling it as much as MGS1. Yeah. Honestly, MGS2 just has Kojima just fucking yaps too much in that game. Like, I think MGS3 is like a good balance of having a bit less dialogue, like more gameplay. Dead can't make use of wealth in any case. What would they spend it on? Yes, a big brood like that. They need food and shelter and toys. You keep some for yourself, well, I think you deserve it, yes. Oh, excuse me. Alright, Howling Cliffs. What's the quickest way up to Howling Cliffs? Oh, I guess from the... from the Stag Nest. Because I think we can drop down from there, right? MGS2 superfan. I mean, I like MGS2. Don't get me wrong. I think he's in here, right? He's just chilling here. My brother is still alive then. I still haven't forgotten what he owes me and I never will. Well, I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with such things. I'm happy that you're able to train under another nail master and grow stronger, my pupil. Thanks. I love the animation of him just turning around. What was called a hero in its moment may be called something very different after time has passed. The crimes and triumphs of our predecessors echo all around us, don't they? Chains of fate that bind us all together. Do you really want to break them? Oh, excuse me. Alright, the ancient basin. Wait, ancient basin. Shit, was I close to that? Oh, no. That's from here. Is that a talking mushroom? It is. That's Mr. Mushroom. We've never done this quest. It's worth it. The point of all this, you'll see. Oh. I always forget about that. Don't mind me just doing a little face tanking. Oh? Well, if things are getting too dangerous down there, maybe it's time to take a break. Come back up and spend some time hunting, or gathering, or wandering aimlessly. No, not too much longer now. Alright, Fog Canyon. I think we go to Dirtmouth for this? Actually... Wait. That's not Fog Canyon. What am I doing? I'm looking at Crystal Peak. It's below the overgrown mound. I guess Queen Station? Yeah, I mean, this game is as long as you make it, pretty much. The game can be pretty short. Well, what's so crazy about this game is that it was made in like this game released really quickly after the Kickstarter project. When maybe I'm wrong about that, but I haven't seen her, no. I'm sure you'll remember where you left her eventually. Trust the moon or yourself, or trust her. You need to trust something, that's my point. Hmm? No, not him. No, absolutely not. Oh, excuse me. He's getting polished a lot after the release. Oh yeah, I mean, every time they put out a new update for this game, I would play through it again. Alright, our last one. Where is this guy? King's Pass. Oh, okay. Back to Durban. All of the DLC for this game is free too. They didn't meet all their goals. Yeah, because people didn't know. Do we know the price of Silksong? It's not by tools that you'll triumph, it's through your smarts, your speed, your determination. Oh, I see. So you've been following me around then. I hope my travels haven't confused your own, distracted you. Then again, a meandered journey still has meaning. It is, after all, from a journey we find our purpose, though a stop is more than just a stop. And if those stops can't be lovely things, wouldn't you say? Transcendent plateaus, distant sandy lands, vast ancient kingdoms. Yours was not the first, nor will it be the last, but it's a unique and special thing nonetheless. Now, with my duties here finished, it's time I made graceful departure. Till next time, my friend, 'tis a long road we tread, but a joyous one. Woo! Look at him go. Until our paths cross again. Silksong, well, I mean, he's also in the credits, which I think that's what they're referring to, but maybe he will be in Silksong. Should I bring the flower to the Godhome? Is the path by the blacksmith not... Wait, I'm confused. Because the path by the blacksmith takes you straight to the junk pit, right? Okay, well, hold on. We'll bench warp with the flower then. Is it Queen's Gardens? Yeah, but I already got the shortcut. That works only if you grab the flower from the grave. Yeah, I killed the golden husk. We killed that guy in the any percent speedrun. Hey, Gilroy. Thank you for the gifted sub. How do you give the flower, though? I don't actually remember. Oh, he needs to be awake after a Pantheon? Oh, shit. Okay, well. I didn't realize that. Well, we need to come here anyways, so whatever, I guess. Just do P3 Pantheons without getting hit. Yeah, I can still do any percent. I mean, I'm bad at it, but I can do it. These are the first three, right? Wretch, thou hast ordained thine own destruction. Through sacred combat, we are attuned to this kingdom's greatest beings. By entering this gate, thou hast challenged the very gods of this kingdom. Dost thou consider thyself the equal of this pantheon of its masters? Draw thy weapon then, fool of fools, and be damned for thy arrogance. My flower! Actually, dude, I hate this guy. He's so, like... He's so... Just want to kill him fast. Hey, Sogbird, thank you for the 38 months, man. Oh, you can rest here. Oh my god, the fucking orb. knock him out of the ground? No, somebody was saying you can like knock him out of the ground with the semi-dark. I guess you have to time it right. Yeah, I mean, I know my timing was off, I know. That's kind of tanky. Why hast thou crept into this pantheon, O meager one? The noise of thine wriggling creates much discord, drowning out the godly resonances we attune ourselves to. Dost thou mean to thwart our sacred goal? Does envy drive thou to such madness? We pray that the gods of this kingdom punish thee, obliterate thee, utterly destroy thee. Alright, man. I'm sorry. Oh, it's this guy.
Yes,
Oro. Okay, well. Alright, I was like, that's not it. Right, it's the double fight. I'm gonna have to practice this fight again. It's not too bad from what I remember, but... Alright, this one.
Dinner.
This is overleveled. I mean, I am like max. I'm like freaking max everything, yeah. Alright. Bindings, yeah, the bindings. I've never done runs with the bindings. It's pretty rough though. So, if you do the nail binding, you only you do like base nail damage, right? Charms. Does it mean you just don't get any charms? Shell is... You only have 5 health, I guess? I don't know. Or 4 health. Yeah. Bindings are brutal. Thou most ungrateful of blemishes, the gods in their great mercy allow thee to escape their first pantheon alive, yet still thee think to test thyself against their might. Doom thyself then, that we may resume our focus and ascend our minds ever higher. face tanking a little too hard here. I guess I could just dash through him. He's still alive. Let them win. I don't know what the best way to dodge that is. Oh. I guess just jump ahead. What am I doing, dude? That's fine. Yeah, learning when you get like the heal points and stuff definitely helps too. Face tank, yeah. I mean it's a fair strat to face tank though. I mean. Okay, dude, this. He's so annoying! Marmor. I think you can double hit him when he's like running away. Jumps into me. Alright, let's not die to Nosk. Hopefully. Fine. Okay. Oopsies. Well, this one takes a while to end. Will the gods not relieve us of this troublesome speck? How it tests us, seeing this worm raise its filthy weapon to the gods. Thou hast luck beyond luck, O speck. The gods of this pantheon, for purpose beyond our understanding, allow you amongst them. Truly the divine punishment they must be planning for you will be beyond all reckoning. Prepare thyself, prepare thyself.
Yes.
Dream nail and heal off this guy. Oh, can you do that? I don't know. I'll have to practice these fights a bit more. Oh, I'm sorry, Chad, my bad. Lowly brute, blindest of worms, again thee challenge the gods. What divine whim has granted thee the strength to endure their presence where no others may stand? Fight then, struggle then, and keenly shall we listen for thy destruction. Hibernate. I should be using Descending Dark more, but... Holy shit, I'm based on that shit. Maybe a little greedy. I don't know. Hey, I bowed. You're too slow. Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh right, I forgot this one was different. I might be cooked. I mean, Grimm's really not that hard, but... We're fine, you know, it's not the fastest fight, that's for sure, but... This is so slow. Oh, we get a pool after this? Okay. Hey, Matriarch, thank you for the 22 months, man. Nah, this is P3. So? Just... the fact that he doesn't do that much damage. Yeah, I'm kind of just face tanking. Is this Umu? Watch out! Oh, you died fast. Oh my god, it's Silksong! O gods of Hallownest, show us your might. We shall attune ourselves to thee and ascend ever higher. Thou art painfully persistent. Why dost thou defile this pantheon with thine presence? Seek ye glory, O vain one? Thou misunderstand our purpose. Through ritual combat we are attuned to the voices of the gods. Even higher do they lead us, higher and higher and higher. Till through godly focus do we attain communion with that great power sleeping in the kingdom's heart. He has unique dialogue if you dream it right here. Oh, really? Oh yeah, Sly. This freaking guy, dude. Yeah, Sly's moveset is kind of a pain. God Seeker mode. Challenge the gods of Hallownest. Take your place at their peak. I don't remember how to get there. Oh, you go here. Pantheon of the Night. We're probably going to die to Pure Vessel and have to practice it, but that's okay. O gods of Hallownest, graciously thee open the way to this greatest of pantheons. Thy voices grow closer and thy resonance draws us ever higher. Pray will we, attune will we, until that spark of divine light shines from the deepest darkness. Yeah, Pure Vessel's a fun fight. I'm gonna have to practice it again for sure. should have used more magic there, but I wanted to keep my soul for healing. Oh, jeez. This guy's tanky. Oh, the Baka. Oh shit, wait, I should have had it for this fight. Oh, that was a bad idea, Chad. Go reverence, O meager one, show fear, thou approacheth a great and terrible god. Though its worldly body be bound and defiled, the glory of its pure form endures, ruler of this pantheon. Its endless power shall attune us to the one the greater still. God of gods. Meager one, dost thou imagine thyself the equal of this god? Dost thou imagine thyself made in its image? Thou assume a similar shape, and the deep echo within thee seems familiar. Ah, what thoughts are these? Thou so blasphemies in our mind, wretch, be gone. We pray that the god of nothingness silence thee forever. I'm cooked. I need to dash into that. Oh, I'm done. Alright. Well, I basically expected this. The fight is just too punishing, like, that's just how it goes. Alright. I will be right back, chat. And then we'll practice this fight. Okay. Hey, Blue Soul, thank you for the 98 months. Good attempt. I'm trying to remember what I did here. I think my strategy before, when I fought this guy before, was just... You basically just, like, jump everything. But you want to use your iframes, too. Like, you want to iframe that when he does... If he parries me. I think I can dash through if he parries me. I think you can even parry the parry, but... Kind of a gamble to try to heal there. Yeah, maybe jumping during this is better. You can also use, like, we're getting the hang of it. It's not like, it's not that bad of a fight. You just gotta practice it. All there is to it. I wanted Descending Dark when it does that, but... too close. Yeah, you can't really get a heal off on that consistently. Yeah, I mean, this fight's tough, chat. It's like one of the hardest fights in the game. My opinion. I don't know if I should just jump there or not. I wish I had a bit more range. Oh, really? Thought he was doing the... I don't know if going for double heal is even safe. Woohoo! Well, we gotta practice this fight more. Yeah, absolute radiance is really tough. Normal radiance isn't so bad. He kind of hurts. Oh, that was so greedy at the end, man. That was good, but... I feel like I can Descending Dark when he does his, like, big circle explosion thing. Focus is probably kind of pointless here, but... Well, I mean, it's not pointless, because, like, it does let me heal easier, but... Like, in P5, actually... I don't know exactly what I'm going to use for P5, but... Oh, That's my bad. Probably just do it on the easier difficulty for a bit still, but that's okay. I think you could Descending Dark that, but you gotta be quick. Oh. The timings of everything is just so awkward sometimes. I'm just like not ready. I want to try to Descending Dark when he does this. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to do the normal version. For a little bit. He does that after 2 staggers, I guess? The thing is, The main reason I'm dying is because I'm like trying to go for extra punishes. If I just played it safer, it would be fine. But I do want to be able to like kill him. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter how quickly I kill him, but... I wonder if I wait there if I can get enough iframes to actually... I want to use Descending Dark more, but it's like awkward. I don't know when the best time to use it is necessarily. Like I want to do it during that, but I feel like I'm just not fast enough a lot of the time. Oh, I didn't have my iframes. After his nail spray. Is it though? I feel like you're not gonna get the full duration of it. Definitely want to use Descending Dark more. It's so good. Oh, come on, man. no. Well, I'm doing this I mean, P4, it's good for P4, but also for P5, because I mean, I'm gonna get to Absolute Radiance and just die. I'm gonna end up dying there, like, and then at least I can practice it. I mean, we're getting better at the fight. See, when he's there, I don't think he's gonna dash, but I need to realize he can. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not expecting that. Ah, see, that second hit was greedy. Damn it! I tried the Descending Dark there, I don't know why. That's okay. I mean, whatever. It's just practice anyways. It's not a big deal. I tried to down. That was just too slow. That was close. Getting better at the fight. I don't know. I'm definitely being a bit greedy, but it's good. Like, we're gonna be able to kill him faster if I'm punishing well. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, see, if I dodge him and then he parries me like right afterwards, I don't know if there's anything I could do. You might be able to parry his parry, but I think you have to time it. You can use Shriek, but I feel like Descending Dark is better. Oh, come on. Yeah, see, if he... I guess I shouldn't go for the second hit. Oh, really? God damn it! That was good, and then I just went full Papega. That was good DPS though. We were doing a lot of damage to him. Like, we're killing him pretty fast. I feel like I'm punishing him decently well. You know, not sure it's not perfect, but and my build is don't even have quick slash on. But... The insta parry after the yeah. Maybe I should descend. Just descending dark through every attack. Yeah, you kind of can. I mean, it's. We're getting him low. The damage is brutal. Yeah. That was kind of close. No! I meant to do the down one, but I shot a fireball. I... It's always... it's after the daggers if he parries me. I just can't... I think that's what happened, right? I dashed through the daggers, but then... Is it when I go for a second hit? I don't have my iframe up. Their focus attack? You mean the big circle? Yeah, I've been doing that. It's just sometimes I'm just not ready for it. We almost got him first try, but I misinputted during the circle. Oh, no. I mean, I could overcharm. I can do it either way, Chad. It's like... I'm just doing this to practice the fight anyways, so... I mean, maybe dying in one hit isn't the best way to practice, but... Well, I mean, it kind of is, because you don't want to get hit, but... No, I shouldn't... God damn it, man. It's like... Okay, I need to be ready for... He keeps doing the triple slash, like, after, and I'm just not ready. Oh, it was a good fight. A good attempt. Oh, dude, we were so close to getting him first try. God dang it. Oh. All right, focus. Sometimes, okay, it's annoying when he spawns. I feel like sometimes he spawns differently above you. Like, I don't know, sometimes you can sidestep it, but sometimes he spawns above you in a way where you, like, have to dodge. Maybe we should practice him a bit more on attuned until we can do it like no hit there. I'm dead. Yeah. It's okay. I can only do one hit if I dash the daggers. It's just unless I can parry that. Like, can you parry the parry? I wish the intro was a little bit faster though when you entered the fight. I mean, it's not that long, but... I wanted to Descending Dark there, which could have worked, but I need to like instantly do it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like my brain wants to Descending Dark there, but I think you can. I'm not doing it fast enough. Okay, yeah. Only one hit after the daggers, I guess. Or maybe one hit and then Descending Dark. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we just do one attack and then, because he yeah, I mean, if he parries, maybe if I had Quick Slash on, I could get 2 hits. But I don't, so. Okay, that was awkward though, because he went. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what I want to do for this. I don't like using Descending Dark there, because if he jumps on me, then it's like just, it's kind of awkward. It's so awkward. I hate this. Now I'm like scared of attacking him twice, so I'm just like sitting there. Maybe. Do I pogo? Pogoing on this guy is really dangerous, I feel like. Not to say that you can't, but... Woohoo! Alright, let's just do the fight a few more times. I'm feeling pretty good about it, but probably do a little bit more practice. Okay, nice. Nice! Alright, chat. I've lost all ability. No, this is just RTSR setup. Ah, dang it. I got out of rhythm, man. I was doing level 1 again, just for practice, because this is the one that you fight in the Pantheon. Like, I should probably actually heal if I'm like missing too much health. See, when he does that... be punishing this. It's you get such a big punish when you do it there. Go to Pantheon, you are ready. I will go when I feel ready, okay? I don't know, it's a fun fight anyways. I don't mind doing it. is, do you get... I can't remember. Like, do you want to be full HP after you kill your vessel? Does it take you straight into Absolute Radiance? Or do you get a heal before Absolute Radiance? It heals you? Okay. I can't remember. Okay, yeah, I'm just, see, you get stuck in this, like, and now I'm dead. Yeah, you get stuck in this, like, loop of just... of getting hit sometimes. It's so awkward. I don't like when he spams that attack. At least at the start when I don't have any... I don't have any energy. Yeah, we could practice Grimm a bit too. True. We practiced him a bit earlier when we did Nightmare King, but... the dream version. Oh my god. Oh, I still don't. Efficient. Oh, come on. I mean, that was fine. But I keep fighting the same boss, just for practice. I mean, we could probably go do Pantheon 4 now. I'll kill him like one more time and then we can go try again. Definitely got the hang of this fight again. I mean, could definitely still be a lot better, but decent at it anyways. Oh my god, chat, what am I doing? So this is the problem, it's like... Oh, and then that still hit me. Well, alright, maybe I'm not gonna do Pantheon 4. That was just really greedy. I still need to respect the boss. Like, you still die in 5 hits. I mean, 5 hits is a lot, but... I could definitely be using Descending Dark more. I'm just not sure when is the problem. Yeah, I didn't even do the tendril, true. That was really greedy. Oopsies. Yeah. I went for a second hit, and and then he told me, yep. God, chat. So impatient. Okay, alright. greedy at the end. I wish you could see like how fast you killed the boss. I feel like they should have had like a timer in this thing. All right. We'll do one more fight and then we'll try Pantheon 4 again. And if I fail it again, then we'll practice a bit more. I mean, if I fail it, it's just gonna be for me being greedy, really. Yeah, and then you just get like a little bit off timing with things, and you can get hit like back to back so much. Okay, I should really I should heal. I should heal when I stun him. The problem is sometimes you stun him during Descending Dark, and like the second part of Descending Dark's hitbox hits him out of the stagger, which I guess is only the downside. You know, if you spam Descending Dark like back to back, do you just have infinite iframes? Like, is there even a window where like you can get hit? You used to, not anymore? Okay. On the speedrun patch, you could fully spam it, dang. See ya. Okay, it's fine. No, do the Descending Dark. Chat, I'm so bad. Maybe one more try. No, you're not. I know. I'm just being hard on myself. It's so awkward when he ends up like directly above you during the jump down attack. I feel like I can Descending Dark. Oh, I should have been ready. You have to perfect the fight. No, I don't. I just... Alright, let's just go try Pantheon 4. It's not like it's very long anyways, so let's just go do it. Not the hardest variant. No, well, you take 2 damage in Pantheon 5. Oh, I forgot to put on quick slash. Oh, come on. Fine. He'll only run. I mean, I want to use magic, but. Oh my god, how do I not get hit there? Should be shrieking him when he jumps. Oh well, I can shriek him a bunch now. Why is it white? It's like the stronger version of Dung Defender. Oh shit. Oh. I hate this guy. I might die here. Yeah, this is just Pantheon 4. Gonna just screen shake. Oh, that's nice. Is there another one? Oh. You have to chase this guy around so much, dude. Oh, whoops. We're back. 10 hours for Radiant. Yeah, Pantheon 5 is gonna be a bit of a struggle, but I mean, we're gonna have to get to Absolute Radiant, and then we'll have to practice him for a while. Yeah, no, there's no way I beat Absolute Radiance first try. No fucking shot. There's like a 1/3 chance. Nah, man, that fight. Oh wait, I need to change. I'm probably gonna die to frickin' Markoth. Oh yeah, I need to give the flower to the guy now, don't I? Is there a bench up here? Well, I mean, there's one down here. I don't know what build I want to do for this. I can't remember what I did before. I do think quick focus is kind of nice, but it's quick slash is, well, quick slash is definitely better. Twister, that's the one that makes spells like cheaper, right? Yeah. That's also 2. Having base nail range though is like, I hate it so much. Grub song plus steady body. Yeah, I guess steady body may... Steady body might actually be kind of nice. Yeah, blue, yeah, for sure, I can see that. Hollowed land, Toon Gods. Okay, I want to give this guy the flower, but I need to... Where the heck is my dream gate? Oh wait, I actually don't want to go here yet. Since I want to do a bench warp. Wait, is there a bench at the blacksmith? I guess there's one above. Whatever, that's fine. when I did this before, I just took the shortcut next to the blacksmith to get the flour to the guy. Oh wait, did it say 112%? I wasn't actually looking. I think we have it now, right? Well, I could just check my inventory. Yeah, nice. The way to do the flower mission? Well, only if you haven't, you can only do this after you've delivered the flower, like initially. Crystal dashed across this. Didn't want to run into an enemy by accident. There are more enemies along the way here. I don't trust those guys with my shorter nail range. I'm just taking it safe. Oh wait, there's... Just gotta avoid the little sleepy guys. Hello. Reaper, did thee wake us? Revived this kingdom, these gods, tuned and bested, gleaming in mind, bright, sharp. And this our form swells, large, nay, immense, majestic. Hibernation so long forced upon us, yet the shell that results is strong, so strong. Then gazes adoring, ye must think us godly, amusing, foolish. But thou art faced with enormity and beauty true. Do you want my flower? Hallownest, even fading, a glorious land of gods. Never, never, the gods here will never die. Here you go. An offering. Yes, the crawler makes an offering to us. Rare bloom, tiny and pure. No god though, no godliness, but still. What does crawler ask for in return? To touch our thick, gleaming hide, to see? See the exquisite face beneath our mask? Such strange prayers. No, no, crawler presumes too much. The gift is ours, kept by us, but our mysteries will be preserved. Gods, many shapes they assume. This bloom then, a splinter, cast off, refuse of something greater? No, no tune. If it sings, we cannot hear it. I have no idea what this guy's even saying. Alright. Honestly though, guys, well, we could just send an attempt on Pantheon 5 just for fun, but I do need to... I feel like I need to practice the Nail Masters a little bit too, like Sly and those guys. I don't know if they do more damage in P5. Markoth as well. Yeah. Are you able to practice the Markoth that's in P5 though? Like when you practice him, is it no floor? Oh, it's on Ascended? Okay. Does Markoth do 2 damage in P5 as well? There's just 1? Okay. It's just you need to be on Ascended for the practice, I guess. How are you not dead? Oh my god. The moss charger. Okay, come on. Do the other one. Dude, Steady Body is so good. And just like chase her and just like fucking spam attack. Mischief beyond mischief, we cannot escape thee, even in this highest, most distant of pantheons. O wielder of nail, O eater of soul, are thee a messenger of gods or something stranger? We will not defy thee, continue thy combat, we shall be listening closely. So does knocking this guy out of the ground only work on the normal one, not like the strong, the white one? Heavy blow. Love the knockback.
Yes.
Yeah.
finden.
All hit run, yes. Oh shit. How are you not dead yet? It's like I've hit you so much. Oh, I get healed here. Yeah, I like the sisters battle. That's a really fun fight. Can't wait to see what the fights are like in Silksong. Marmu. Oh, really? Wow. So much damage. It's crazy.
Yes. Vamos. Finden.
And Quick Slash is so insane. Oh, what? I don't remember what's after this, so I kind of want to have Like, remembering where the refill locations are definitely helps a lot. Sleeping God, we can barely feel thy presence amongst the green left behind. What strength thee once possessed fades beyond time and tune. Such magnificent skill, even in decline, if only thee could teach us to grow so large. What's up, Ann? Oh. Oh, come on, man. Oh, he's dead. But this guy, it's not as tanky as I thought. I wonder if I could... I'm just playing it safe. I don't remember what's after this. Sly? Oh god. Yeah, that was probably good then. Look at Holly. God fucking damn it, that's so annoying. Oh, come on. Okay, so it's a pull after Dung Defender and Grimm. A tragedy, this majestic god evades our attunement with such ease. We live only to serve the gods, to seek them out. Why does she frustrate us? How does she hide from us? Does she diminish herself by choice? O majestic one, we beg thee, reveal thyself. Our mind is so much less without you in it. Am I missing a mask? No, I don't think so. Oh my god, get back here, you fucker. Nice. Slightly concerned. Oh my, really? That was pretty scuffed. Chat. I thought I could just like face tank him. Honestly, you might still be able to, but I don't know. He was tankier than I expected. You nailed the armor. Yeah, I kind of forgot. this fight more. I'm fucking good, Joe. No way that's good. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so you do have refill here. Even long departed, we feel the afterglow of the god power that sat this throne. It lays heavy upon this kingdom. That lingering power alone was beacon enough to draw us to Hallownest. How bright it must have been to mortal bugs stood before it. God so strong, yet erased so completely. How could it happen? Well, I did have long nail the last time I did this, so I don't know if that's gonna make a difference, but... Time to die. Oh, I forgot about this shit. I'm dead. Whatever. It was going okay, but then I kind of panicked, and yeah. That is how it goes. Yeah, I should have spent... I could have spammed my magic more. I'm just not... Like, the thing is, it's really easy just to, like, die if you just spam your magic. Like, you still kind of need to know, like, when to use it. Descending Dark wouldn't have done anything for me there. I could have spammed Shriek, though. Which, like, I probably should have done, because I could have just, like, nuked him down, but... Wait, where is he? Yeah, you do want to spam Shriek. 100% I should have used Shriek more there. I just... Oh, okay, it's over here. Yeah, no, you do need to be aggressive. 100%. You can't, like, pogo often, can you? I don't think so. I don't know if it's a good idea. Yeah, Descending Dark does despawn the stuff though, which is nice. Okay, yeah, this is terrible. See you later, game dog. Well, it was a good run. It's so hard to, like, min-max, like, the melee hits here. Because you... I don't know. Okay. I don't remember what charm setup I used for this fight previously, but I feel like it's harder to hit him with, like, the tiny nail. I can't spam the magic spell if I don't have soul though, chat. He really doesn't have that much health, the thing. Like, I probably could have gotten it first try if I was a little bit more aggressive and used my magic. Because now it's just... Well, I guess phase 2... Well, phase 2 is kind of like RNG. Wait, is this phase 2 yet? Yeah, this is... Yeah, if you get the... I can't remember exactly what my strat was here. It was mainly like play it safe until you get the good spawn and then just go like ape shit. More or less. How do you dodge these orbs? Like, you want them to hit the ground, but maybe it's better. Actually, you know what? I think I would like try to dash through them a lot of the time. God dang it. Yeah, when you get on the when you can melee from like a standstill, it's so good. And you get that, like, we got really good RNG there with that spawn. Then I went for... I don't know, it's so hard to actually damage the boss during the sword attacks. I feel like you just have to respect them. I mean, you can punish him during it, but it's so hard. I hate this fight. It's just so much like chasing the fucking boss around, man. I need to be using magic more. Yeah, it's like... Oh, and then I get double hit? What do you mean stop jumping? You have to jump to hit the fucking boss, bro. What do you... Oops, I shouldn't have jumped off that. Okay. We don't really want to be going up to the top with 1 HP. I mean, it's doable, but... Dude, he's just... That fucking attack is so ass. It's like, if you're just close, you just get fucked. Don't think you want to scream while jumping? Yeah, maybe you don't have to. You're probably right. It probably reaches either way, I guess. Wait, can I pogo off? God, getting 2 hits there is so... Really struggling with the base now. I should be using my magic here. Oh. Well, that was a good try. Now, last phase isn't that bad, but... At least you can do like a full heal here. Dude, those balls are just fucking up. Oh my god. Maybe I should just Ascending Dark if I know I'm gonna get hit. They hit the ground, it's fine, but if they like curve back around, it's so easy to get hit again. Sometimes the RNG on this fight is such a, like, you run to the, like, you dodge an attack, run to the other side, and then he just teleports the other way. You gotta be so patient. I just want to fucking hit the boss, but I'm scared, man. I'm just standing in the middle and wait until he comes to you. Yeah, good. I think this is like the hardest boss, personally. It's the fucking swords that keep hitting me the most. Like, no way, no way. What do you mean what? How did my dash not work on that? Did I really dash too late? Nah, that part's fine. You gotta be careful. dude. Oh. Really likes this attack. God damn it, dude. I'm like... Oh, I'm so bad. I was probably dead anyways. This fight is brutal, man. I think... I do need to just be more patient, though. Oh, no fucking way. Okay. That was just so impatient. Oh, I thought it was gonna hit the platform above me. Patience. Patience is the key, chat. He wins. doesn't have much health. Woe, thou spec, to achieve victory, even if only against mere imprint of that most brilliant deity, and battles prove strength enough to impress. Couldst thou ever hope to overcome that mighty god tuned at the core of the dream and mind, when met in perfect state at peak of all others? We think not. Be safer to spam dive. Well, dive isn't like the target needs to be like on the ground for dive to work. Yeah, I was just doing practice. I'm just doing practice. Yippee! Yeah, I should have went for the heal. I don't know if the... I don't know how to heal in that phase, like, reliably. You can. Yeah, I know the ground spikes are single damage. Oh, you can heal. There are moments, like when he's teleporting. He's trolling. Baffled how people do it in 3 to 5 hours. I mean, when you pick up everything the first time you're there, it kind of helps. Yeah, I mean, the speedruns for this game are really quick. Yeah, I mean, efficient routing makes a huge difference. I went back to some areas in this run like fucking 15 different times. Oh, that's not great. I feel like I need to use magic more. I want to make sure I have soul for like healing though as well. Blazers are so grief sometimes, dude. It was just straight into it. I don't know. I couldn't get far enough to like get over to him. Yeah, I guess Are you? How is that not? How is that not an iframe? I don't understand. Was good. Hey, Basilisk, Sonic Power, and Shan, thank you guys so much for all the subs. kind of sketchy. Yeah, that was a bit greedy. Jesus. Yeah, we got him. Yeah, not even close. Do it radiant? I'm sure I could. I don't know if I care enough to do it though. It would definitely be very RNG. Not using Descending Dark. Can you use Descending? Am I being like fucking trolled? What do you mean? Can you actually use Descending Dark on the final phase? Oh, come on. Oh, I fucked up. Totally fine. Not even close. Looped all the way back around. Oh my. I think I was chasing too much. It's just it's so annoying the RNG in this phase. Yeah, I mean, guys, I know Descending Dark is good, but like on this fight you can't even hit the fucking boss with it, I don't think. I don't know. These balls are so tricky. I find myself a lot of the time I just dodge one and I just end up going straight into the next. Hey, Mjolnirs, thank you for the 12 months. I mean, when I'm on this like flat stage, the ball attack is fine. Honestly, I really think that chasing the boss is actually like chasing the boss is like my downfall. Like it really is better just to like fucking wait. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna try to use magic there. I'm just gonna stick to the pogos. I think I want to do like 3 pogos max. God damn it. I just have to be more patient. That's all there is to it. Just like go for 2 hits, wait to see what he does, go for 2 hits. Because the problem is I go for like an extra hit and then all of a sudden there's like a sword coming towards me and I'm just not in like a I'm not in a good spot to dodge it. Just gonna wait. Wait for him to come over here. Alright. Just 1 HP is my name. Oh, didn't see that last one. Wait, what? What the fuck was that? No, oh my god. I didn't. It just spawned directly on me, man. I am focusing! It just, I wasn't expecting it to. The moment I double jumped, it spawned on it, dude. Can heal before the climb. Oh, can you? Dude, I didn't even see that other one. Yeah, no, you cannot start healing before the climb. Oh my god, what am I doing? patient. Like, I really just do need to be more patient. It's phase 1 is like not that hard. It's just when you start trying to get greedy, that's when it gets hard. But I can. Oh, man. Got lucky. Okay, buddy. Pop. Why again? Because I want to do it again. That was terrible. So annoying that like you can kill phase 1 like so fast. Dude, come on, man. I guess you can, dude. Is it actually just completely random where this thing fucking goes? You can heal, but it's kind of sketch. Alright, well, we could probably beat this fight now. I want to practice it a little bit more, though. Up the difficulty? Yeah, I could. Problem is the pressure of P5. Yeah, but when you've done a fight enough, like, it alleviates that pressure. In my opinion. Yeah, the Pantheon Markov can really mess you up. Alright. We'll do it like once or twice more, and then we'll... I don't know, maybe I'll do Nightmare King Grimm a little bit. I think I'm decent at that fight, though. I mean, I almost died in the Pantheon, but I did bring it back. These fucking balls. Oh, maybe I could have poked. Okay, I'm being greedy. Alright, we'll do it one more time. That was pretty good. I definitely need to use Descending Dark on this fight more. To like preemptively iframe the attack that he's gonna do. Okay, maybe one more. Oh, come on, man. Right on Ascended. I was about to dash into that. Still fucking chasing. It was still chasing me, the fucking ball, dude. Why did I go for that attack, dude? Ugh, the balls are so annoying. Fuck. Oh. Damn, he just stayed there. That's crazy. Thought he was gonna teleport. Why did I jump? Fine, we can tank one hit. Brutal. It's just the sword, like I have to dodge the swords, but the beam's also happening at the same time. Hey Darji, thank you for the 36 months. I'm not regressing. I mean, the boss kills me in 3 hits instead of 5, so kind of makes a bit of a difference. No! Oh, the... Gotta respect the swords, man. Always 3 swords in a row. It's always the same. The horizontal swords, I think, are my least favorite. I just feel like it's so hard to actually punish him when he does that. Yeah, but I mean, Descending Dark has like a startup animation is the thing, so... Hey, Nide, thank you for the 46 months. Nice. Yeah, okay. I can't... it's not... You don't want to cast at the start. It's not safe. Well, actually, I mean... I guess if I dodged through the swords, it would have been okay. Hey, Tiki. Alright, I don't know if we should bother doing this on Radiant, though. It's a little overkill. I don't think I even did that last time. We could definitely do it, though. Tried to descending dark, but the ball hit me like before it went off. Dude, the balls are the worst. Like, I just can't. It's so hard to dodge them consistently for me. Oh, the fucking swords while I'm mid-cast. Alright, I don't know, dude. Fuck. I don't know if I care enough to do the Sun Radiant. Let's do the normal fight one more time, and then we'll go try the Pantheon. Yeah, I guess I could overcharm for Radiant. That's true. So like, dude, the fucking laser is sometimes it's so accurate, and then sometimes it's so shit. Oh. You have time to heal before the climb? Yeah, I could have healed. You're probably right, but there is a chance that it hits you still. Fireballs are good in the final phase. Oh my. Oh, no fucking way. Oh my god, that's, oh. I don't like how close this fight is sometimes. Okay. Alright. This is the last one, and then I'm gonna go get some water. And then we're gonna try P5. Oh, I didn't see. Was that the was that the one that I dodged, or was that a different one, dude? I don't even fucking know. Is the amount of balls that Radiant spawns random, or is it one more in phase 2? I am still just practicing, yes. I feel like I need to practice the climb part. Okay, don't do that. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water and then we will actually try again. I'll be right back. Hey Wraith, thank you for the 9 months. All right. Did I practice Markoth? Nope. Surely it'll be fine. A lifeblood checkpoint? Why though? Yeah, this guy just gets bullied. Good RNG. Come on, do the charge. Digorb. Running into him. Pasting a little hard. Yeah, well. Oh my god, I really... Okay, I went full face tank chat and I really thought he was gonna die. That's my bad. That's my bad. Don't bro me, okay? I'm sorry, I'm just... Oh, god damn it, dude. Oh, get over here. Dude, I'm getting fucked! My bad. I won't get so greedy there, okay? That's good. Thank you for the 93 months. We always do this twice. Base tank Andy. Alright, dude. Alright, I'm not dying to this guy this time.
Finnen.
Bro. We get a heal after this, so. That's the main reason I was face tanking last time anyways, is because... Like, if you have a heal, you can face tank. How many bosses do you have to fight in a row? Like 40 or something? I don't fucking know. Too many. Oh my god, what am I doing, dude? I'm just fucking running into shit. Alright. get a heal after this. Okay. I couldn't remember. Okay, so it's a heal after the Nail Master and then after Mantis Lords. I really need to try to use magic more. It's just... You have to save up for face tanking cost? True. Oh, okay, and then you get it. Okay, so you... There's not many bosses between this one. So it's both Nail Masters and Mantis Lords. Please die. Hey, Ekenraider, thank you for the 64 months. The thing is, chat, I do have Grub Song on, so I actually... I actually get soul for taking damage. What the? Sorry. Shouldn't have done that. Hard to see him when he's doing it. If you have enough soul, you can just like nuke this guy down. Think, do we get a well here as well? I think so, yeah. Cool if there was like a stronger version of the Watchers. That was stupid. such a long fight. I'm sure I could do it a lot faster, but I'm just scared to, like, try to go aggro on that guy. Oh yeah, and then we have this fucking fight. This guy's actually so annoying. Do we get a heal after this guy too? I think we do. Oh wait, nope. Oh. This is a boss rush mode? Yeah. Yeah, I hate how he always. And another pool. So this is the sixth rest point, I think. Yeah, we did Path of Pain. I just want to stagger him and get a heal off, dude. Oh, fuck off. That was terrible. I did not want to throw on Zote. sure what he was doing. All right. All right. Okay. Nice. Oh, feels good, man. Yo, Smoke, thank you for the 39 months. And, Good MS, thank you for the 14 months, man. Oh, we gave him the flower. Nine more days. Well, we have to do the actual true ending now, too. This is the truest ending? Well, okay, whatever. I mean, the speedrun category true ending is like doing the Hollow Knight fight with Hornet. Oh yeah, when does Baby Steps come out? No, I'm definitely gonna do a playthrough of Baby Steps, but Baby Steps is like a... Yeah, the timing is a little weird. The 8th of September, yeah, that's... Well, we'll see. I definitely want to play Baby Steps, though. I'm definitely still going to do a playthrough of it. I don't know if it'll be a good speedrun or not, but we'll see. I just got the achievement for P5. Yeah, I reset all of my achievements. P5 with all bindings? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm good enough to do that. I mean, I imagine a P5 all bindings speedrun alone is probably like hours long. Or at least like an hour. Probably more. $30? There's no way it's 30 minutes with all bindings. It's 40 minutes. Look at him go. You think we're gonna see more Mr. Mushroom and Silksong? He's off to Silksong. All right, well, let's go, we can go do the other ending with Hornet and, like, normal Radiance. Where is my Dream Gate? I think it's still at the hidden station. Oh, no, it's here. Okay, well, that's awkward. Well, one of the achievements is to 100% the game on Steel Soul mode. So I kind of want to try to do that, chat. I don't want to be done with Hollow Knight. I still want to play more before Silksong comes out. I mean, this is good timing though, because tomorrow Delt MGS3 Remake is out. So tomorrow we can do MGS3 Remake. Oh, well, we'll probably be busy with MGS3 Remake for like a few days. And then after that, we could try to do the Steel Soul run. Not how the dream gates work. If you're in a dream world, you just go out of the dream world. Wait, are you saying that if I had dream gated again, it would have taken me to the actual dream gate location? Am I not going to play Lost Soul Aside? I don't know. I know, like, people were saying Ella's excited for that game. I haven't really... Oh, okay. Well, whatever. We're already just gonna go to King Station. Fuck it. It's like some new RPG, right? When does that come out? The 29th? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could try it out. I mean, if it looks good, maybe I'll give it a shot. I think MGS3 Remake will only take us probably like 2 or 3 days. And then, you know, after that... I mean, maybe we could do Lost Soul Aside, and then try the Steel Soul run after that. Yeah, we've basically done everything. We're just gonna go do the Hollow Knight and the Absolute Radiance fight. Yeah, the blacksmith is with is it Shio? Sorry, I'm so bad at with names. But yeah, we went and visited the blacksmith with his friend. Am I sponsored by Progressive? I am. That face.
Get good!
Get good! Didn't he just do this? Well, yeah, but this is a slightly different ending. Well, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it. Like, it's another ending, so... Oh my god, what? Oh my god, I might die here, chat. It's just one hit. I forgot about that. The Ong Ball, all bosses, no hit, one day in a release. Well, okay, so the thing is, apparently there are no review copies for Silksong. Everyone is just going to be able to play it when it comes out. Oh, do backers get the game early? That's not good. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of sick of like a game releasing and YouTube being like flooded with endgame spoilers and like people have already played the game for like 100 fucking hours the day it comes out. I mean, I know I end up getting early access for a lot of stuff, but I still prefer when like everybody can just play the game at the same time. Yo, what's up, Blue? Yeah, we finished Pantheon 5. And we did the other true ending. Oh, do you not get Mr. Mushroom with this one? I guess it only plays one time. Oh. Whoa, is it after? Oh yeah, it's post-credits, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I kind of want to try like 100% Steel Soul run, Blue, just for the achievement, but I don't know, I feel like I should follow like a guide or like a route or something if I do that. Guide gamer. I mean, I don't have to. It's like... It's just not... I just like being efficient. I just... It's so annoying when you're just, Yeah, you can just quit out if you're gonna die, which is kind of cheesy. I don't know if I would do that or not, but yeah, that is something you could do. Steel Soul is just like death. It's basically deathless, like a deathless mode in the game. Let chat guide you. Yeah. Well, actually, chat, I think, I still need to play the Pale Court mod. How long is that mod, by the way? Like, is it difficult? Is it gonna take me a while? Because I do want to check that out. People said it's good. It's not very long. Okay. Well done on achieving this great feat. You persevered and you triumphed. We hope you enjoyed yourself in the world of Hollow Knight. We'll meet again soon. On the road ahead soon, chat. Mr. Mushroom. Alright, well, this has been a really fun playthrough, guys. Just 9 more days for Silksong. Yeah, I'm gonna call the stream here. I'm gonna go get some dinner. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Oh, you know what? Let me turn on. Oh wait, it's under extras. Yeah, I'll be doing the new MGS3 remake tomorrow, chat. And then after MGS3 remake, maybe we'll try the Steel Soul run. Or maybe we'll try Lost Soul Aside. I'm not really sure. Just gonna keep ourselves busy until Silksong. I do want to play some more Hollow Knight though. I think it would be fun to try to go a bit faster and do like the Steel Soul run. I feel like as long Zote is distracting me. Anyways, I was saying, if you make sure to actually pick up all the charms and stuff that you need, like the first time you go into an area, you know, it saves you so much time. I feel like what makes the playthrough take so long is all like the backtracking to get stuff that you missed. So. Yeah, it would be fun to try to do like a semi-efficient route. Yeah, the Dreamgate placement is like huge for sure. Yeah, I don't actually know how to do like efficient Dreamgate placement. You have no idea what I'm saying? What do you mean?